you've got enough elytra for the next 2 weeks.
What?
I mean, it just feels like, you're gonna die and lose your stuff, and
I don't think so, Miles.
I don't know. So far, it's been like a once per day basis, you know what I mean?
No, that's not true. Okay, maybe that's a bit true, but not entirely. Guess how many shulker boxes I have?
How many?
2 stacks and 10.
Ooh. Of like shulker shells?
Yeah,
Nice. Are you gonna be selling them?
I don't know. I'll see how many I have left, and I might.
Might just pawn some off. I doubt you're making it a business though, eh?
No, not like a renewable business.
Hold on, I gotta text Bardo.
How is repo?
It was pretty good. We got to like level 3, but then he tried to kill something and got us both killed, so that's how repo ended. We were having a great
I
run.
see. It's unfortunate.
Pretty fun game.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Not as fun as Minecraft.
That's kind of true.
So I'm doing like the northwest corner, I guess, right now.
I see.
I don't know where you've been, if you've been tracking or
I've been going mainly east or west.
you've been going west? Have you been going north at all?
No, I've been going east. I haven't been
Okay.
going north or west.
Are you flying right now?
Yes.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Okay. Why is it raining in the end?
Uh,
I
I
just
think
heard raining.
I think you're crazy.
Dude, I heard raining sound effects. I'm not even kidding.
I think you're crazy.
No, I'm not fucking crazy, man. I heard the sound of rain vanished, man.
Uh-huh.
It must have been Hero Brian.
Yeah, it's probably here, Brian.
That's the closest thing we have to an end update, Miles.
Hey, is my voice sound fine right now? Or is it quiet?
Yeah. It's a bit quieter than it was a second ago.
I switched to my second. Oh, hello?
Hello?
Hello? Okay, there we go. You still flying?
Uh, I have to do a light show on the ceiling from
What?
my cat came into my rooms and every time I started just like turning my flashlight on and putting my hand in front of the fucking flashlight and
You're kind of. Your voice is kind of choppy.
so when my cat comes into my room and it's dark, I flash my flashlight at this and I do like a light show on.
Ah,
He's really
great.
entered.
I
And he
see.
comes back. He comes back religiously for me to do it.
Are you still flying?
No. I think this will be my last end city. What the hell does mood mean?
Like for lighting,
Yeah,
it's just like dim lights, I guess. It's mood lighting,
I
man.
see. I see. Christ, 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 Christ. Jesus Christ, superstar. What have you said? But Jesus Christ, superstar. Who are you? What have you said?
Dude, this is brutal. Was it laggy when I wasn't on?
A little bit, not really.
Oh, I finally made it to another city. Oh,
Hell yeah.
took 10 years.
Fuck off, cunt.
Where did... My sword just
You see my
disappeared?
screenshot I took before we beat the dragon?
No, but my sword just disappeared and I'm not happy.
Like, actually?
Yes.
Do you, like, throw it?
Oh, I got it back. I don't know how I got it back, but it came back into my inventory.
The fuck?
Like I threw it by accident onto the ship, and then I picked it up, but then it didn't come into my inventory. So
That's weird.
I was very upset for a second.
Do you have sharpness on it?
I've got Smite 5 on it.
Oh.
It's my favorite sword. Does that count for anything?
No, it does, actually.
I've named it after a character from a book. Does that count for
What's the
anything?
name? That does
Auxiliary.
count. That beats my my Minecraft movie line names. Which I've redone 2 times because I died 2 times. 3 times, I don't even remember. I think I lost all my stuff twice already.
I think you've lost your stuff a few more times than that.
Yeah, maybe 3 times.
You've at least lost all your stuff like once per stage of gear you've had.
Yeah.
And like full enchanted stuff like 4 times at this point.
It was, no, the full enchanted stuff was like twice. 3 times maybe at most. Certainly not 4.
The fact that we've lost count, Nathan, is
Well, you know what? I'm gonna fucking do it again. I'm gonna jump into the... Let's play a repo for 19 hours straight.
That's a good point.
We can get to level 100. No. Oh, he never left last time though.
Why would he have left?
That's true. I really wish I could collect these ender chests.
Yeah, me too. I wish I could shoot these shulkers with my, or hit them with my sword.
Yeah, me too. These guys are fucking bastards. I hate when they close right as I shoot my arrow, and my arrow hits me.
I hate when they all over me.
I hate when they all over me. Have you ever gotten 2 shulker shells from 1 shulker?
I don't think so.
Yeah, me either.
Oh, I almost killed myself.
How so?
With my elytra, how else?
Oh, of course.
I almost pulled a U.
Bruh. I haven't even died with my elytra. You know what? I retract my statement
Yeah, you better.
wholeheartedly.
I haven't even lost anything valuable with my elytra. Just an entire enchanted golden apple.
I am sorry. Is like the main end island like in the
Like where we fought the dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the center of the world border.
Makes sense.
If we move the world border to the like we could move the world border to the stronghold, for instance, and then when we get teleported into the end, we'll be teleported outside the world border, and that's pretty neat.
That is neat. Fucking bastard. Give me a shulker shell, come on. Yeah, you know you wanted to. I have 81 shulker boxes worth. I think that is just right. Could be 82. an even number. That would be nice. If these guys will stop fucking trying to kill me. And if my arrow won't hit me. Nope. Okay, at least both of them didn't drop anything. Otherwise, it would have been uneven. I wouldn't have been happy at all. Could you jump through like a portal outside of the border?
It's a good question. Good question, Nathan.
I'm gonna try it. I don't want to. I don't want to risk it for the biscuit.
Like so that you can get back into the to the center of the
Main island.
Okay,
Yeah.
get to the main island.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna fly there though.
Why are you trying to get there?
I'm done.
So you want to go back to the overworld?
Yes.
You want to think about an easy way to accomplish that?
Slash trigger EB something or other. I'm gonna kill more shulkers first. I just found.
All right, creeperacy.
I like this function.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It's a little cheesy, but if everyone else wants it, who am I to say no?
Man, I missed flying.
I missed having shulker boxes, but only a little bit. Wasn't as bad as normal because... What the fuck?
What happened?
Look at my stream.
Are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 1 second. What the fuck? Why is there no elytra there?
Why is there no back of the ship here? It's just gone.
That's the front of the ship, Miles.
Are you sure? Oh, you're right. That is the front of the ship.
Chunk base says fuck you.
That's not chunk base. That's Minecraft, dude.
That's so fucked.
So I've been cucked on 2 elytra now. It's not like I'll be needing a ton, but...
15 elytra on top of my own.
What are you gonna do with them all, man?
That is a really good question, Miles. I'm gonna throw them all into a pit of lava right now.
Well, at least do the well of sacrifice. I
What
wonder
are they
what an
worth?
elytra. Probably not a proportional amount of BP, that's for sure.
Certainly not.
They should either be worth nothing or a lot.
Fair assessment.
Because nothing just means it can't be thrown into the well, which is a very fair thing to do with elytra, I feel like.
Yeah.
Scoreboard players get Minecraft elytra. BB base item values. 128,000 BP. Not bad, but something tells me this should be worth like a lot of BP. I don't think I've ever met someone with an elytra farm before.
The fuck? How would you do that?
The only thing I can think of is have a world-eating machine flying around at the most common elytra spawn height, eating void 99% of the time, and then occasionally eating an elytra frame, and then running it for millions of blocks.
I see.
For what reason and for what purpose, you might ask? I don't know. When it's like 1,000 times faster to just fly to an elytra with your existing elytra.
Yeah.
Blah.
So the netherite is capped at 4.
Yes, so now every time we throw 4 in, we get an increment increase, which means now is the time to do a ton of netherite mining.
Hell yeah.
I've got 3 border focuses made from the netherite you donated to the border focus fund, which means that we are basically good now on border focuses until we actually use them.
Okay.
I thought we might use some on the end expedition, but we just used enchanted gaps instead.
Ah.
Because it really depends on if you guys are okay with moving, basically.
I see.
If you guys are okay with moving, we could literally just shift the border to the stronghold. But I would rather not. I would rather not move the border permanently.
I thought the border shrank when you moved it.
It does, but we can grow it back pretty quickly.
I see.
Since we've got 6 increment now, like if we move the border, I could probably get it back to like where it's at with like just a little bit of gold. Now that we have shulkers, I can just carry that with me.
I see. Where the hell is my shovel? Oh, never mind. I'm tripping. Now I could carry all my wood around with me at all times.
Hallelujah.
Is Borrow charging a stack per stack of steak?
No, he's
Or, I mean, a diamond per stack of steak?
charging a diamond per stack of steak if he harvests it, but if you harvest it, he's charging 1 per 2 stacks.
I see.
But I think that means you do the breeding too.
I see.
Which really just means we get to use his infrastructure, which is admittedly pretty good.
Yeah.
Then if he's gonna make me harvest it, then I might just like... No, I wouldn't build a farm on him. That'd just make him quit the server.
Right now I just need to color code this shit.
Oh my goodness, let me in.
I'm gonna make a shulker of house.
A shulker house?
A house. A shulker house, yes. It's gonna cost me quite a bit of iron, I'm not gonna lie.
Why is it going to cost you iron?
Because I need compasses.
Why don't you just go to my redstone chest and get some compasses? I've got like
You have
bunch.
compasses?
Yeah, I've got a ton. You can buy them from
Hell yeah.
villagers.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a lot of night vision, Miles.
Yep.
Are you doing drugs in your spare time?
That's I won't go to an ancient city without that stuff, man.
Oh, that's
It's
fair.
either that or I get all bright.
Does that shit negate the darkness?
What do you think, Nathan? Or are you talking about the
No,
darkness from the shriekers?
I'm talking about both.
The shriekers you can turn off in game settings, and the darkness from just being in a cave is what the night vision is for.
Where are your compasses?
They should be in my redstone chest. Should be near the bottom right. If not, then you can just go trade from the villager with.
I see. Oh, yes. Do you mind if I take them all?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not
Thank you,
using
sir.
them. Dude, it is raining in the end, and I think it does it near like unloaded
Dude, I told you
chunks,
I'm not fucking crazy. Where does it do that?
like at unloaded chunks.
I see.
Is it raining in the overworld right now?
No.
That's so weird.
Right? How many pale oak saplings do you need to plant a tree?
4.
I see. You mind if I steal 4 off you?
There should be a pale oak planted by spawn. You can harvest that. Or if you
Okay.
if you are near, if you like, you can take 4 from me. Yeah, if you're there and you see them.
Okay.
I just don't know where my pale oak saplings are, so.
Can't believe I mistook fucking Swift Sneak for full speed earlier.
That was pretty funny.
Your sugarcane farm kind of looks like a fucking trial chamber.
I know. I themed it like one. Except better. I did a better job than the trial chambers.
It looks like it.
pretty good too. The sugarcane farm.
Yeah, it is.
Way better than my last attempt at an auto sugarcane farm.
Blech. You mind if I help you build the Enderman farm?
I mean, that's not going to be built for quite a while yet.
I see.
Like, we don't have access to the end yet.
Really?
Well, yeah, we don't have access to the stronghold. Unless we
How
move
far is
over
that?
there. Like, we have to get to, like, border 3,500, I think, or 4,000.
I see. I might go netherite mining. I don't know if I have time though.
The more you throw into the border, the merrier.
That is true.
I'm probably going to get a bunch done. Now that we have shulkers, like, I can really blast through a bunch all at once.
Yeah. Blech. I gotta go and hunt for flowers. Blue flowers. Where?
I mean, I've got 2 stacks and 10 of shells. Bart only has like 10 though. I think I maybe should get 3 stacks before I go.
Of shulker shells?
Yeah. It's a lot, but
I'm pretty sure there's a way to glitch trial chambers and letting you.
what?
I'm pretty sure there's a way to glitch the trial chambers into making it chest.
Dude, you're too laggy. I don't understand.
I'm pretty sure there's a way to make it so that you could open trial chamber chests more than once.
If there is, you gotta let me know. It would be
I'll have to
pretty
look it
cool.
up because I saw some guy made a farm on a video. I don't want to make the farm, but I do want to try it. See if it works, so I can loot the shit out of stuff.
If you make a breeze rod farm, Nathan, then that every breeze rod is worth 2% BP. So if you throw in 1 stack at once every day, then we get basically a border expansion per day, no matter what our BP is. Like
Who
Minecraft Day.
cares? That would be pretty cool.
It might actually, hold on, they might be worth more. It's actually worth
On a
5%.
very small acacia biome with one acacia tree. Oh, a whole 2 acacia trees.
Dude, I keep walking up to the elytras and punching them like they're gonna pop off the item frame.
Where is Gregory House? There he is. He's over here. More mouse bites. Oh, the hygiene drug will kill the patient. He needs mouse bites. Can you craft green dye?
Yeah, with cactuses.
Oh,
I think Bardo has a cactus. I don't know if it's on his person or if he planted it.
I see.
But he got one singular cactus.
All gears. Do you have to plant a cocoa bean on a jungle tree, or could it be any tree?
It's a good question.
It has to be a jungle tree.
On the bright side, there's one of those planted by Spawn.
That is true. That is where I am right now. I just want to be able to tell my shulkers apart. Phantoms.
Nine elytra.
Sweet.
Ten elytra.
Zombies, fuck off, please.
Holy balls, this end city's huge. It's like two end cities stitched on top of each other. Like two
It's messed
full
up.
end cities that branch out in different directions. That's crazy.
Is it actually two?
No, it's just one. Yeah, it's
Ah,
just one. But it could, like, dude. And then there's one literally right beside it. There are four
really?
right next to each other here, within like, I want to say like 400 blocks of each other,
Wow.
all with elytra.
Sweet.
Of which I just got the last one. I'm gonna go back to the center.
Finally, some business. Hero, City Walk, gonna take over pretty. Hero, City Iran, take over pretty.
Do one last shelter harvest.
Mm. What the hell are closed eye blossoms? And open eye blossom.
Uh, they're just flowers. One of them is worth a lot of BP. The other one is worth not as much BP.
I see.
One of them's proportional. One of them's not. It's worth like,
Ah,
I mean, it's worth a lot of BP. Don't get me wrong, but in the case of us right now, one is worth a lot. One is worth not a lot.
I see.
hypothetically speaking, if you were in a pale moss garden and you made a bone meal farm, you could substitute our gold farm with the eye blossoms. Probably
I
quite
see.
well. To answer your question, Nathan, yes, you can.
You can what?
You can.
You can.
Yes, you can.
You you can what?
You can.
Can what?
I thought you'd be happy to know that you can.
Very happy, Miles. I'd love to know what you're.
I was letting you know that you could go through the end gateways.
Oh,
I don't know how you didn't understand what I was saying.
Miles, you know, other people have brains too.
What?
You know, other people have brains.
I I didn't actually know that. I'm glad you gave me that intel. I don't
You're
know what I would have
welcome.
done without that intel.
I'm facing a moral dilemma here. I don't know whether to make my food shulker brown or my wood shulkers brown.
The answer is both of them.
Good answer.
You can't escape having duplicate colors, but that one's an easy one. That's an easy duplicate.
I see. Jankum.
Yo, let's go. This is gonna be basically the stream. What I'm doing is I'm gonna dig down until I hit the void. I'm gonna replace the bottom obsidian, which I don't even know how far down this goes. It might literally go down to the void. Take that out of my hotbar now. Yeah, I'm gonna dig this down to the void, and then when I hit the void, I'm gonna replace the bottom block. Um, And then when I stand up at the top, I can stand over this blank spot and then basically AFK while I dig down. And, yeah.
Uh, oh,
I would rather be doing this with a beacon, but, you know, I can't go get one right now. I think this is it. Yep. Okay, so then what I can do is essentially this. So this block, like this. Wait, no. I need to... There should be a block pattern that I can... do to hit at least more than one, right? I think this is it right here. So I need to make sure that I don't fall so long as that block exists, which I don't. Perfect. I'm going to be right back, okay?
okay.
So I just leave this with a weight on it, basically. So let's, options, controls, keybinds, space, left click, space. Then I just leave my wallet on my spacebar. And I'll be back. I also forgot something that's crucial to this this strategy. That could have been bad. There we go. Putting a hopper. Just want to double check that. Okay. I'll be back again. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm back. I don't know if I'm going to keep streaming because this doesn't exactly make for the best stream content. I'm thinking I might just chill and, I don't know, just mine obby, really. Because, like, this is the kind of task where, like, you kind of just do your own thing and wait for it to get done. Then every, like, 10-15 minutes you come check on it. Yo,
Yo.
you want to know what I'm going to be doing for the next who knows how long?
What?
Mining or hollowing out end pillars.
Sweet. Why?
Because I want obsidian.
Why?
Ender chest.
I see.
And the
So,
stack per hour that I get out of the bartering farm is not good enough for me.
understandable.
So I'm sitting here with my wallet on my space bar and left click bound to space. Just digging straight down.
Nice. So, we can't get back to the end?
Nope, that's why I'm doing it now.
I see. Would I be able to pay you to do some for me as well?
You sure could.
Okay. How much would, say 2 stacks be?
I'm thinking about the price in my head. I'm thinking either a diamond per 16 or a diamond per 32. I can't figure out which I want yet.
Okay. Have I ever told you who my skin is?
Hmm?
Ever told you who my skin is?
No.
It's Crollo. Lucifer.
You know what? I think you have told me that. And I forgot it. But now I remember it. And that's sick.
Hell yeah.
Dude, it kind of
I might go
sucks.
explore some.
What were you saying?
I might go explore some trial chambers.
You need to... I want to wake up tomorrow and see that you've gotten us 900 Robbie.
Okay.
I mean, netherite. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
So from one AFK set, I get 1, 2, 3, 6 stacks of obby. That's almost a stack of ender chests. Almost.
All gears. Did Boro get a elytra for Ken?
I don't think so. But I'm pretty sure one of us did.
Certainly I did.
I'm probably going to end up returning the elytra Bardo got for me to him. Or not that one specifically, but just an elytra to him.
I see.
But I don't think he really even cares. I think he has like 3 or 4 elytra. I doubt he's going to lose them.
Yeah.
They need to nerf the elytra and give it an enchant so that you can get, like, so, like, nerf it, give it an enchant, and then, like, fully enchanted, it should be better than it is right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be cool.
So it's, like, gliding as, like, an enchant, and then, like, maybe, like, rocket thrust as, like, a separate enchant.
That would be neat. I should have brought a bed with me. Yeah, you know, they all fucking die. famous last words.
Goodbye. Sleep well, sweet prince.
I also should have brought shields with me. That was a stupid thing not to bring.
To the trial chambers?
It was really stupid because I'm about to fucking die right now.
It's kind of funny.
Oh, keep inventories on. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Flash game. You know why? Because we turned it on because of the flight trying to kill us.
I remember now.
Well, you got your one.
Thank you, Miles.
You're welcome. Now, in order to simulate the fact that you died, /clear Naitoan. The only thing worse than a /kill is a /clear.
That's a messed up command.
It is a messed up command. It's a terrifying command, Nathan.
Imagine you accidentally fucking have it as a hit.
Dude, I hate, like, even when I'm in creative, it makes me nervous, that command. It's just, like... it's just terrible.
Yeah. That is why I should have brought a bed.
Bring it this time.
That was like a bad dream, basically.
And also, do you not just keep bed stuff in your ender chest at all times?
Well, I do. I just didn't have an extra ender.
Because I'm just saying that in one of my bundles in my ender chest right now is bed crafting supplies.
Aha.
I'm just saying.
Choo 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 choo. Okay, I hope I don't die, Miles.
I don't know how you keep dying anyways.
That is true.
What happened to your totem of a die?
I left it at my ender chest.
Classic. You don't want to waste it, right?
Of course not. Why would I want to do that? Why would I place that? Potatoes. Where the fuck is a skeleton at? That's my question.
Have you been considering the pros and cons of a lobotomy via soup spoon?
Yes, actually. I'd love a lobotomy
Via soup spoon?
via soup spoon. Rusty soup spoon.
Good.
I don't know where the fuck this skeleton is, but it's pissing me off. Yeah, I got another music disc. That's something. This skeleton is nowhere to be seen. Maybe he went this way for some odd reason. Yes, kill each other. Bread. A speed potion. Oh, I love speed. I'm talking about the speed potion, of course. What else would I be talking about? I guess I'll just never find these skeletons. Another speed potion. Sweet. That's just what I wanted. Red. This ain't right, bro. Thank you, finally. All I want to be is a dad who gets to see a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. A potato flew around my room for a can't excuse. Missy made it usually doesn't rain in Southern California, much like Arizona. I start to see things in Arizona. They can't imagine. Really? You stupid Nathan. Are you still my hobby?
Yep. And I'm not gonna stop. I'm hollowing out at least one pillar tonight.
One entire pillar?
Oh, yes. And it's a tall one. Actually, it's the tallest one.
I see. Okay, I don't know where the hell this skeleton could be. I'm losing my mind. I think I found him. Little bastard. Read.
Literally, like every 15 minutes, I just come back. I'm just on my phone.
I see.
Like every 15 minutes, I'm like, oh, hey. It's so, like, it's just, like, dude, it's a crazy task. You just sit here for hours.
Yes. There. The door. Good night. Good night. Right. Bruh. Unfortunately, there's no way to trials.
What? What was that?
Unfortunately, there's no way to open trials more than once in Java.
I'm thinking about doing some kind of data pack thing where we can reactivate the trials for probably a steep cost.
I see.
But I'm not gonna do it unless you and Bardo both want it. I think
Okay.
Bardo would be down. Are you down?
Yeah, I'm down.
It shouldn't be too hard. I could probably whip it up in a. I mean, it'll probably be a while yet. We have more trial chambers, right? Like.
I don't
Or
know,
you're running
actually.
out.
I've been going to the same 3.
Okay, so you haven't been to more than 3 then.
No. You're weird. Hey, you're weird. Hey. You getting bigger? Maybe getting bigger.
You know, I'm just muted, right? Yeah. I'm just currently on r/Christianity. You know, I feel like I'm not a great Christian. Because I swear a lot on stream, and because I struggle with sin in my daily life and all that. But I also feel like I should be more open about it. I'm just like, I'm like, if I am open about it, like teachers should be held to higher standards. So I don't necessarily want to be a teacher, but like I guess it's like if I'm talking about Christianity, is that not like what I'm doing anytime I talk about it in a monologue-ic fashion? You know? And it's like I'm fine like if I feel like I know what I'm talking about. And in some cases like I feel like I do know what I'm talking about. But there's a lot of cases where it's just like how can I like let's put it this way, like I think most guys struggle with like sexual sin, right? Some more than others. I feel like I struggle with it a lot. Like it's a big problem for me. Um, so it's like I don't know. To me, that just feels like a huge stopper. Like I shouldn't open my mouth when I have such like a darkness inside of me, I guess. And I understand that like Christ redeems and like when God sees me, it's not like he doesn't see my sin because, well, I mean, like he doesn't see it in the sense that it's like I don't have to pay the penalty for it. Like obviously he knows I've sinned, right? It's not like he's like, "Oh, can't see that. I don't know what you've sinned, what?" No, but like I understand that it's like I'm made new in Christ. Um, but I still like I have so many struggles, and I've talked about it before of like the swearing one specifically, and I feel like on stream this is like the bigger issue, because it's not like so sexual sin is like more targeted at me. It hurts my life and my relationship with God directly. Um, whereas I feel like swearing, it is a lot more nuanced. Um, where it's like it doesn't really, I don't think, affect me as far as I'm aware. Not that much, right? So long as I'm like trying to keep it curbed back. But like saying a swear every now and then is not like the end of the world. Um, whereas like falling into sexual sin even a little bit is like a very it is a very
All right, I'm gonna go to bed, sir.
all right, have a good night.
You too. Good night.
See ya. It's like a very steep decline into darkness, um but swearing I find is like a different thing entirely because it's like okay, as a Christian in public I shouldn't be swearing, and streaming is essentially considered like public, right? So like, and I think like biblically I should consider it like being in public, right? Because everything I do is on display for many people to see, right? Um, so when I swear, like for instance, earlier this stream, I was getting a little frustrated, trying to organize all the end stuff, and I think I lashed out a little bit. Probably not so much that like I don't know, probably not more than like people are used to, but that's not what I'm called to be. I'm called to be different from the world, not of the world, right? We're not, as a Christian, I'm not supposed to be of the world, which means that I shouldn't sound like just another guy. I should sound different. Like they should be like, something's different about this guy. And then if they think about it, they'd be like, I don't know if I've ever heard him swear. You know? That's what people should think about me. But of course they shouldn't because I do swear, right? Um, so it's like it's not what people should like. People should think that about me because I shouldn't swear, right? I'm not saying that you should just because I'm a Christian, you should just override your experiences of who I've been and just go, oh no, this guy didn't swear. No, that's not what I mean. But yeah, that's kind of like, it's something I've been working on for a while. And another thing is vaping. I vape and I shouldn't. Um, I feel like there's a lot of things that I shouldn't do, but that I end up doing anyways. Like I've been on, so like with vaping, I used to vape at like a really high wattage, um, which for people who don't vape just basically means like a low wattage is less nicotine, a high wattage is more nicotine. The more nicotine you smoke, the more of a dependency you have on something. And I don't think that having a dependency on something that is adverse to my health for no reason at all. Like I don't get enjoyment out of vaping. It's not like, you know, if I smoke a cigar, like that's like a different, like that's normally an occasion. And if I smoke a pipe, that's like relaxing, especially if you have a pipe with tea or something like that. And I know there are Christians who smoke the pipe and they don't seem to have a problem with it. And I suppose at some level I don't either. It's not like I fear death. Um, for those of you who don't know me, I've honestly like pretty well never feared death. I can't remember a near death experience I've ever had where it's left me shaken after. Like legitimately shaken. Um I've been more shaken upon realizing something like, oh, I almost totaled my car. Right? Like I've been more shaken on stuff like that, or like, you know, stuff that it's like it didn't threaten my life, it threatened the things in my life. Which is like weird. And even when I wasn't really like when I went through my questioning phase between the age of like 19 and 22. Um and really before that I'd started to walk away from God a bit too. Um but when I was in that phase, I didn't fear death. Um I was I was honestly like in that time. So like from the age of like probably started around like 12 years old, and according to my parents like even younger perhaps. Um I had like, I don't know if I should say severe depression, but I think that if I said otherwise, then people with severe depression would be like, it would be like almost abusive to them, because like I was like heavily I don't know if I'm allowed to say the word on YouTube. I feel like artificial intelligence can pick up my speech to some degree. It's not like AGI, but they might have like something. But like, you know, the old you know, the old send off of oneself. Right? I used to think about that a lot. I used to have a plan. I mean, still technically do. Once you got a plan, it doesn't leave. But like, I'm not gonna make good on that plan, right? Um, and I used to like, it was to such an extreme level where I would do incredibly dangerous stuff because I didn't want to put that burden on my parents. And so if it could just be an accident, then it would be, you know, in my head, it was like fine. Um, and I think that's ultimately where my lack of fear of death came from. And then when I became like, I want to say like a true Christian, even though I'm not like a good true Christian. I hold the beliefs of true Christianity now, like where it's like like all of my facts are taken from the Bible now. Like if the Bible says something, it is true, and I do not doubt it. That is the point where I'm at right now. If the Bible says it, I will not debate it. Right? Like I mean, I'll debate it in the sense of like apologetics, but in terms of like, if you're trying to convince me that the Bible isn't true, you will not succeed. right? In any area of the Bible. So like if you're trying to convince me that like say um the cities of the plain weren't burned, right? You would have zero shot at convincing me of that. The global flood, 100% believe it's real, right? Um to the point where I believe that, like you would have an easier time of convincing me that like my hands don't exist, right? Like you would have an easier time telling me that my fingers weren't actually real than telling me that the events of the Bible weren't real. And I say that because, um, like, I realized that I had to put my values of truth into something, right? And I had this whole philosophy web that I came up with where it's like basically I have to live life like in an evidential fashion approaching truth, because if you live like say that you're trying to accomplish something, right? Say you have a task and you're working with incorrect information, the task is more likely to turn out as a failure. So if your task is to increase the peacefulness of your life, you will fail if you were working with incorrect information, and there's no getting around that. And so it stands to reason that truth is important, and that that should be the highest order of like priority in all of life. Um, and again, like to reiterate, if you are not living according to the truth, then all other things will be more difficult. I don't know how else to say it. Um, Also, I am getting pretty tired, so you know. Throw that in there. Grab some iron. Do I have wood? Not much, but I do have some chests. Do I have more chests somewhere? Yeah, in my inventory. I wish I had Optifine. I think. Hold on. Yeah, I placed those hoppers. No, I'm not. I was like, maybe I can just leave it there, but no. No, that is not how that works. Okay, this is where it gets a little awkward because this one would normally. Let's start getting the centerpiece done. Wait. I have to take this one down. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. But yeah, ultimately, I'm back by the way. I'm ultimately like when I'm streaming, it's mostly because like I feel like I can't impact the world in the way that I want to. Like let's put it this way. Um I feel as though I should be doing something like for God, and I'm at the point socially where I'm like I don't know how to communicate well. I don't know how to um tell people about my faith. And so like if I can't even do it here, and I have a hard time doing it, like you can tell by how little I talk about it, right? Um so if I can't even do it here, how am I going to do it in real life? And so I've started associating my gamer tag, the Wicked Tyrant, with Christianity and just being okay with that. I understand people can cancel me over it. Like the Bible doesn't agree with culture. That's for sure. And I've had relationships in the past crumble due to holding values that came from the Bible, right? Even when I was like not really a Christian, like didn't wasn't going to church and I wasn't going around telling people I was a Christian, right? And I don't even remember like what my thoughts on God were. I was mostly just avoiding it altogether. I wasn't thinking about it. Um, I think I settled on, well, I don't know if he's true, so I'm just going to do what I'm doing, right? And I think that's probably the logic most people use, right? Like, who knows if this guy is real? So why would I stake my life on it, right? I think what people don't realize is the sheer importance of that question. The sheer importance of, is God real? If the answer is no, then the importance of the question is purely for the self, right? So if the answer is no, God isn't real, then answering the question, it just merely determines how you're going to live your life and what kind of life you're going to live. And don't think that makes it an unimportant question, because if you still conclude, so if the answer is no, but you conclude yes, and you live a life as though there is a God, yet there is none, and that makes you be a better person, right? Then it was worth it, right? In a sense, it was worth it. If the answer is yes, however, it's not just for the self. It's for you. It's for everyone around you for all of eternity. And eternity is a long time, right? Like, when you think about life and you assume you're going to die and that you're going to just fade to blackness, right? Then you can assume that, like, what you do doesn't matter. It often leads to nihilism. I've experienced that nihilism because when I didn't know, that was a core part of me, is like, why does anything matter? I'm just going to die anyways, right? Not that I feared the death, but more so that I was already dead, right? Like, it was like, if I'm going to die and all my memories are going to be lost, I'm already dead, right? Like, by the time I die, it's just nothing will matter, right? And ultimately, I have no clue how atheists, not necessarily agnostics, because agnostics are like, I don't know, so like they don't really need to think about that, but the atheist does. The atheist needs to wonder, why is it that they're living if they don't get to remember anything after they're done living? And I think that a lot of atheists will flee from that question, or if they don't, they'll, you know, do the old send off. That's what I'm gonna have to call it, because I don't think I can refer to it by what it's actually called. Gets you flagged on YouTube. And I'm not telling you atheists to do the old send-off. Because that's not the answer, right? And that's not just a platitude. Because unless you are entirely selfish, if you don't care about anyone at all, period, and you're completely done with this life, then it's like on some level I understand it. I was there, right? But understand that if love means anything to you, there's someone who loves you. And it would be the most selfish thing. And as someone who's been around that, like I have family members who have done that, right? Like there is no describing what that does to a family, to the whole family. It wasn't my direct family. It was like somewhat close to me, right? So anywho, and when I say so, it's more than, I just don't want to be descriptive, right? Like not direct, but close to direct, right? It shakes your whole world. Not just your whole world, the whole world of everyone attached to that person. And ultimately, this is where it comes back to, is there a God? Does that question matter? And the answer is yes, because if the answer is no, then the old send-off, it ultimately doesn't matter for the individual who does it. If the answer is yes for the individual who does it, things aren't getting better. You're not going to a better place. And so you got to be really careful. And I'm not saying that like that's always the case. Like I'm sure there have been people who have done it where, well, okay, so like let's say biblically, like there was some cases where people do it because they know they're going to be captured and tortured, so they, make sure that doesn't happen. And I think in those cases that's like, so like there's some nuance to it, right? But I don't want to play with that fire personally. And I don't think anyone who believes that there is a world to come wants to play with those odds, right? Because I don't think the odds are in your favor. In the words of Paul the Apostle, to live is Christ and to die is gain. But he lived, right? Like he lived for Christ. He wasn't just like, oh, I can just go there now, lol. Anywho, the question becomes super important because not only does it dictate how you live your life, it dictates what you can call truth, what you can ground your life in. It dictates where you can put your confidence. Now, let me tell you, when I was young, I put a lot of confidence into the scientific community. And I still do put confidence into science, right? But here's what I've noticed in science. Science can be bought. You can skew numbers, skew statistics, and create bunk scientific results. Of course, not according to the scientific method, where you're supposed to be open and honest, but open and honesty is a given where it is not a given with humanity, right? So if you're staying true to the scientific method, you could put a lot more confidence into science than we currently can because, like, for instance, what's a good... See, there's There's some examples that I can't talk about as well that are just like there is something that happened in Canada, like a news outline, that was ultimately like you could say very loosely they didn't lie, only because they said, "Oh well, this is our suspicion of what's occurring here." But then they made the suspicion sound like fact, and then also now it's ooh, oh, that was close. Okay, I see the line. I think that. Oh, I think that good. That's good. Yep. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah. So basically, they did that, and it was about like I can't even name it. This is the world we live in, where you know you gotta watch what you say because any microphone like can just understand what you're saying. Like I'm on stream here. But at the end of the day, they basically lied. Didn't technically lie, basically lied, and then said that if you and if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. They then said that if you downplay the effects of this issue, that's illegal. And I'm not sure if that law actually got passed, but I remember watching a guy who like made a YouTube video about it before when the law was announced and not passed, and was like, this might be illegal to talk about soon, so I'm talking about it now. And then he did, and then I went and did my research on that subject and found that he was completely true. It was basically a hoax, like it was fabricated by the government, and then they said you can't tell us otherwise. It's illegal, right? Now, from my experience, stuff like that isn't actually enforced, not yet. But what's terrifying is the groundwork for enforcement, right? Like the moment Canada enters martial law, they can enforce that, right? So if we ever enter martial law, I am terrified because like with these laws in place, we are like a quick switch away from a dystopia, which I mean, you could argue we're already living in, right? And if you come from like North Korea or China or something like that, you might laugh at the idea that Canada is a dystopia, and it's not a dystopia because it's not dystopic because it's like what's the word? Like in China, they have active full country surveillance. In North Korea, it's North Korea. I don't think I need to explain it, right? Where these systems can be easily seen as dystopic systems. And I'm not claiming to be as bad as China here in Canada, right? Like that's not at all the claim. I would rather live here than there or in North Korea or in many other countries, right? But it shows as to the state of the world as a whole, where I'm saying that one of the better countries in the world is still headed slash is potentially considered dystopic, right? When you walk outside, what do you see? A sea of gray. The world is bleak. You go outside and there's nothing but commercialized stuff where you're presented ads and expected to go buy. If you're out of the house, you're expected to be spending money. There's no third places where you can go to spend time with your friends. If you want to do that, you bring them to your house, right? And most of the time you don't even do that because it would just be easier, more convenient. You know, you don't have to drive through our terrible streets. And I mean terrible in the sense of like civilly engineered streets. Like they're not well designed. So instead of driving to go see your friends so that you can spend $50 to go do an activity with them, you could instead just play games with them online, right? And so what we have is a world where people would rather live in their own homes on a screen that distracts them from the world than live in the world, right? What do you call that? Like, that's not normal for humankind, right? Like, people who did that back in like the 1700s, you know, people who were just like, I don't want to live in the world, I'd rather just sit at home and read a book. Like, how many people were like that? They were called recluses, but that's common nowadays. And you could say, well, oh, it's because social media is just that good. Is it? Our suicide rate is only climbing. Oh, I said the word. I said the word. Oops. I'm going to pretend that I'm talking about Minecraft because the slash kill command is just so crazy. Dude, it's like the worst. It's a one tap insta kill. Okay. But yeah, like the rates are climbing, right? They're not going down. People aren't getting happier, they're getting less happy. And if you disagree with me, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, go talk to people. I don't do it much, but I can see. Go look up the statistics on the matter. They don't lie, right? And this is also why I'm like, I would rather not live in, you know, some of these other countries because it's like you really just have to look at those rates to see what the happiness level of a culture is, right? And in both of our cases, it's not good. It's just better here than it is there, you know, in the case of a lot of other countries. But then what's the other potential reasons to call, you know, North America? I shouldn't just say Canada. It's North America in its entirety, right? And probably most of the world, right? Like, this isn't a Canada specific issue. This is a very worldwide issue where things are capitalist driven. Give me a second, I'm blanking. Capitalist driven where the population just sits on social media, which is ultimately Minecraft, like, this doesn't matter at all, right? Like, this doesn't do anything for the people around me. It doesn't do anything for, like, all it does is give me and my friends something to do together. And that is the value that this game is providing. It's also something that I can do on my own, right? Something that can be used as a catalyst for me to stream, right? And as I've talked about, like, there's some value in that where I get to essentially practice speaking in it's like a sandbox environment, right? Yeah, I don't know. The world currently is not in a great spot. And it's crazy, like, when I'm driving, it's like looking through the city is like looking through a garbage can, man. It's just gross. There's garbage everywhere. There's pavement everywhere. There's barely any greenery. It's always loud. And I don't know if you have seen, like, I've seen correlations between essentially loud noises and stress levels. Um, and basically, by being around traffic, you're going to have a higher latent stress level than if you were not around traffic. Ergo, meaning uh, cars, noisy, streets, noisy, streets everywhere, city, noisy, can't get away from noise anytime outside, high stress level. Not high, higher stress level. Not to mention, we have things like, hey, yeah, you know how for most of human history, roads have been for people? Now they're for cars. If you're on the road, it's your fault if you get hit in some places. In Canada, it's not your fault, but people are like, that's not how it's seen culturally, right? Like, legally, it's the driver's fault for hitting you. Culturally, it's, hey, what are you doing on the road? Get off the road, bozo, right? And it's like, that's what roads are for, man. It's for people. And I know, I understand, like, you can't have like an 80 kilometer an hour road with people walking on it. But our city isn't designed with people in mind, it's designed with cars in mind. You can tell by how poorly sidewalks are kept, how very little bike paths there are. In the city I live in, we're working on getting like new bus routes. So it's like we're kind of starting to wise up, but it might be too late, right? Like, there's not a, like, the way I see it, there's not a lot of time left. And don't even get me started on how much time left we have as humanity. As the scientists would call it, we have some great filters coming. More than one. If you don't know what a great filter is, it's basically like when scientists look out into the universe and go, where are all the aliens? And so they have devised a hypothesis, right? And again, this is assuming God isn't real, which I think is a incorrect assumption to make. I think that your baseline should be assuming there is a God. If I'm ever questioned on that, I'll give the answer, but it's like a very long-winded answer. But I'm pretty sure it's perfectly logical. I've thought about it from a dozen different angles, and I haven't come up with a counter reasoning to it yet, I guess. But like, baseline, people should just assume there is a God of the world. I mean, I guess I could say it a little bit. It's just basically like, we create worlds all the time with technology, which would imply that it is very easy for us to be created ourselves, right? Now, to assume the Christian God is like a different thing, right? Like, if you're at the point where you're like, oh, well, God, I believe that there is a God, I just don't know which God there is. You still believe there's a God. And I think that is like the baseline. You can't assume that we weren't created, because that is essentially the natural progression of any uncreated world, is to create more worlds. And again, I can get into why that is, but I'm not going to at this moment. So anyways, the great filters, what they are essentially just like saying, hey, where are all the aliens? Assuming that we are we're a universe that just popped out of nowhere with a perfect set of laws of physics to support human life miraculously. hypothetically the same set of laws of physics is supposed to allow for life to pop up elsewhere in the universe. How come we don't see it? Where's the other intelligent life? We can't be the only ones, all right? Well, from my perspective, of course we can. But let's go with the Fermi paradox, right? We expect to see more intelligent life in the universe somewhere. And so the hypothesis is that there are great filters. And the great filters would be something like, okay, nuclear warheads, for instance. You have an intelligent species that becomes technologically advanced, and due to like the way that intelligent species are likely to evolve, perhaps most of them self-destruct, right? And so there would be a couple of great filters. One would be like the planet sustaining life in the first place. That's a great filter. Like many of them would be filters we've passed already to get to this point. Like having a proper solar system in a proper galaxy, with a proper star and a proper planet with a proper atmosphere and enough water. All of those being filters. Others being things like, oh, well, what if there is a discovery? So, like, an idea that, like, what if we discover, say, a state of matter that literally just obliterates all of Earth at once, right? And that discovery is essentially inevitable for a intelligent species to make, and by discovering it, we destroy ourselves. Hypothetically possible, right? Now, when I say that humanity is facing multiple great filters, we're talking global warming, assuming that's real, right? Which I think that you can assume it's real. But even if it isn't, there's more. But wait, there's more. So like global warming being the state of becoming too influential on a planet to the point where you actively shape its ecosystem yourself to your own detriment, right? That would be what global warming represents as a great filter. Ergo, we start producing too much, our CO2 emissions go up really high, and so then it starts changing the composition of our atmosphere, which changes the acidity of the water, which changes the heat retention of the water, which changes the rate of which the glaciers melt in the Arctic, which then will contribute to a tipping point where at some point we will no longer be able to stop the glaciers from melting, meaning global flooding, which can wipe out life as we know it. Yada, yada, yada. Global warming, potential threat. Second one would be like AI. If we discover artificial general intelligence, you're probably in the last like you'll see the end of humanity, almost certainly. AGI is probably just going to be better than humans at everything, right? That's the whole point of it. Artificial general intelligence, right? We already have AI that can excel and beat humans at chess, at Go. We have AI that do better than humans at various tasks. And if we get to a level of computing, so say we discover a room temperature superconductor, that can very easily be a catalyst for AI to explode. And as soon as that happens, like, we're either going to use the AI as a military weapon against each other. We're going to start using it to control each other socially, or like for instance, having an AGI govern your country I think is a very dangerous thing to have. Um, where we then become like a part of some kind of human hive mind that serves the AI until the AI can create enough stuff of itself to the point where it doesn't need humans anymore. And then what does the AGI do once it doesn't need humans? Well, humans are dangerous, we're territorial, right? It seems right to remove us from the picture. Like if you're an AGI, do you not remove humans from the picture? Ugh. Bad time for a cave noise, Minecraft. So anyways, AGI potential great filter. Of course, nuclear war is a potential threat, like full scale world nuclear war, end of humanity as we know it. And one of those things, like, is inevitable. Like, if we escape nuclear war and global warming, we're gonna get caught by AGI. If we escape AGI, it's because we got caught by one of the other two. You know, humanity ain't making it, man. Not without God, anyways. Now, of course, with God, you know, there is an end written. Humanity was never going to make it in the first place, or at least not like that. The end was going to come, and once the end comes, that's the end of Earth. Earth and heaven will be remade, and humanity will have a new dwelling place. Like, biblically speaking. So it's like when I talk about this stuff, I recognize it probably bothers a lot of people. It doesn't bother me, right? If the end isn't meant to be now, it won't happen. Like, God has done miracles before, he'll do them again. If he doesn't want us to end now. And if he does want us to end now, there was no amount of global warming, AGI, or nuclear war that could have stopped the end. Right? Like, we're not going to change what has already been written. So I don't really worry about it too much. In fact, like, as a Christian, I feel like it's not unheard of to be like, can't wait for the end, because that's the beginning, in truth. Like, through the lens of Christianity, this world, it's not the be-all, end-all. It's like being in the womb, right? We're so limited in here. In the womb, you can't see anything. All you can do is accept the food that's given to you, right? And grow until eventually you're born. And in this world, it's something similar, right? Where we are, well, I when I was reading on Reddit, there was somebody who quoted C.S. Lewis, who apparently had said something along the lines of, it's like, we didn't realize that this was only the title page of the book of our lives, right? And I think that's like an apt, metaphor for what this life is. Pretty sure there's more great filters too that I just can't think of right now because I'm getting tired. That's besides the point. I don't mean to be fear-mongering. But the way I see it, it's just the truth, you know? Right now, what I want to do is I want to find out what my calling is. I have no clue what it is. You know, I want to serve. I don't know how to serve. I don't know where to serve. And that gets to me sometimes. You know, I know salvation can't be earned. It's a free gift from God. At the same time, am I displeasing God in how I live? You know, I don't want to displease God. I want to love God. And I want to make him like happy, I guess, by my actions. And again, I understand God's happiness is not dictated by my actions. That is not what I am implying. How close am I? Am I like halfway done this pillar? Dude, that's crazy. I don't think I'm getting this whole pillar done tonight. Hold on, hold on. You know, obsidian farm shouldn't be too hard to make. Like, with my auto miners, they should just be decently easy to make. It can mine obsidian once every half second, because it's the flat rate for all blocks. So then, just get an auto miner on the end platform. And then every half second dispense an item into the end. Could just be like a bamboo or something. I can grow it. Something that's renewable that I can just keep the farm running with perpetually. Could be a rail duper as well. So right now what I'm doing is when I'm not like overburdened by it, I'll go into r/Christianity, see if there's questions I can answer. And sometimes there's good, sometimes there's like not really anything I feel like I want to answer. And sometimes I feel like it can really like weigh on me just because like it'll send me notifications, right? Because I have my notifications on Reddit enabled for r/Christianity. And sometimes just the posts that are there, because some people have like warped views of Christianity, right? You're not a Christian if you don't believe what Jesus said, right? I don't know how else to say it. Like, if you think Jesus is a liar, you are not a Christian. End of story. Which means, if you don't think Jesus is God, he claimed to be God. You're calling him a liar, not a Christian. If you think that any of his statements on sin are incorrect, you're not a Christian. End of story. Now it's a different thing entirely to struggle with the sin, or to say like, I'm not sure how to give up this sin, right? Like, that's different. You have to recognize sin as sin, right? If Jesus says it's sin, then it's sin. Period. End of story. And I would further extend that to anything that Jesus references. So, for instance, he references Isaiah, the prophet. So, just got a facial hair in my mouth. Jesus references Isaiah, the prophet. I think he also references Daniel, and he references the Psalms, implying that all of the people of which he references and treats as scripturally sound are in fact scripturally sound. So you then therefore have to trust them too, right? I would go a step beyond, right, and say that the entire biblical canon falls into that category. But I understand the doubts on, like, because I've been in a place where I'm like, I'll trust any red letters in the Bible, but I don't think I can trust the other books, right? Like, they were written by people. I get this a lot, where they're like, oh well, it was written by a person. Aren't people fallible? Doesn't that make what the Bible has written fallible? And the answer is ultimately no. The people who wrote the Bible were led by the Spirit. And I know that sounds like mumbo jumbo, but like, get this. There are 66 books of the Bible with dozens of different authors. All of them worship the same God. None of them contradict each other. Most of them reference each other in some way or another. It is like one book, one cohesive book written by dozens of authors. And I don't know if you've, seen the Marvel universe at all. Okay. But it is not consistent with itself. Every time I go and see a Marvel movie, I'm poking holes in it left and right, and I'm just like, I just have to stop. Otherwise, I will not be able to enjoy myself at all, right? And I don't really watch Marvel movies for that fact because I like to hold a story in a robust standard. Actually, one of my favorite authors is a guy named Brandon Sanderson. And it's because he essentially has something similar. It's a whole universe he's written where, I've named most of my items in Minecraft after his stuff. Actually, shard blade, or I mean shard plate, shard leggings. Those are Cosmere things. Cosmere being the universe of which he writes in primarily, right? So, like in his universe, he has the Stormlight Archives, which takes place on a planet called Roshar. He has Warbreaker, which takes place on a planet called Nalthis. He has Mistborn, which takes place on a planet called Scadrial. White Sand takes place on Taldane. And there's more planets. And they interact with each other on occasion, and they will do more interactions the further in this, like in the Cosmere timeline you get. So at the start, there's very few interactions between planets because they're not technologically savvy enough to get to each other. Or magically savvy enough, because there's two ways. You can fly there by spaceship, or you can go there by the cognitive realm, which is like the realm of thought, of which space is not a one-to-one mapping of like the spatial realm, like the physical realm. And it's more decided by like how people view the space. So for instance, like people would look at the stars and go like, "Oh, that's a star in the sky." Not that's a star 10 billion light years away. And even if they did do that, they wouldn't even comprehend what 10 billion light years away is. So it wouldn't actually be that far in the cognitive realm. It's always going to be a shorter distance. Anywho, that just means that you can walk from one planet to another in the cognitive realm, in the Cosmere. Anyways, what was I saying? But the whole thing is cohesive. It all uses the same magic system. And that magic system is so diverse that it gives each planet its own magic system. So essentially there are these things called shards, and you know, in world they'll call them like gods, lowercase g. And those effectively set the magic for the planet because of how strong they are. So for instance, in Mistborn, their magic is based off of metals, and it all works through the same four principles of investiture. Investiture being like the name for magic. It's like the magic particle, basically. If something's invested, it's magic, right? And there's like four main mechanics. There's identity, connection, fortune, and identity, connection, fortune, and I think it's just investiture. I might correct myself on that later. But with those four, you have like the four, I guess, like properties of this of these magic systems, and by tweaking those in various different ways, and by having different conduits for your investiture, you can get different results. So on Scadrial, which is the world of Mistborn, they have three magic systems in place. The first one is called, well, Allomancy, and it's basically like you ingest a metal, say steel, right? And if you burn steel, burning is the allomantic term for using the metal. So you ingest it, and then you burn it, and then it gives you the effect of the metal. And burning steel allows you to push and pull on other metals within your range, which is determined by how strong of a Mistborn you are effectively. Which, for most Mistborn, is essentially the same. There are some that are a little bit stronger than others. Yo, what's up, Naitoan? I'm here rambling while I mine obsidian. Isn't it just wonderful content? I've been streaming this now for like an hour and a half. So yeah, they have like different metals. There's 10 metals in Era 1 anyways. There's technically more. Um, and also some metals that were undiscovered in the first era, but I won't get into much more than that in case anybody goes to read it or whatever. In the Stormlight archives, they work based off of surges, and surges are basically just operating like the fundamental forces of the world, as they put it. So, like, for instance, one surge would be gravitation, so you can control gravitation with the gravitation surge, effectively allowing you to fly. There's another one called light weaving, which allows you to create illusions. In Warbreaker, this one's one of the cooler magic systems in my opinion. Like, Stormlight just feels like a standard magic system almost, in my opinion. A lot of people like it. I'm not as big of a fan. But it is still good. Quite good. And that series actually just concluded. Did I do this every time. And I'm like, oh yeah, I did do it every time. And then next time I'll forget, and then I'll not check. As would only make sense. Half a pickaxe almost worth of obsidian so far. But yeah, Warbreaker, this one has a really cool magic system where they have something called breaths, and everyone is born with one breath. And with one breath, you really can't do much. And in world, there's a lot of people who think that your breath is your soul, which is not like, it's not true. It isn't their soul. However, it does have an effect on your life, like a measurable effect to have one breath versus 0 breaths. And you can't have your breath taken away from you. You have to give it away willingly. So in their world, they have like, so it's like if the shards are lowercase g gods, these gods are like even lower lowercase g gods. They're like pantheon gods, almost, except not even. Basically, they're donated breaths, a lot of breaths, for money, basically. Like, they pay to get breaths. And they are also like a different class of being called returned. So like they died and were resurrected by the shard that lives on the planet. But like they weren't like resurrected. It's like their body was, but their memories are wiped and they're now a returned, right? And the mechanism for this is like as they're dying, their soul is basically cast into like a new mold, effectively. Because there are forms of like, so basically in the Cosmere, if you die, you can be resurrected if it is done before your soul passes on, which for an uninvested person will happen in seconds. For a very invested person, it can take a few minutes to maybe an hour. But for most people, death is completely final, and once the soul passes on, there's no reviving them. And anything close to revival is just a forgery of the person, essentially. Which means that basically, like, if you die, you can have your soul stamped back onto a body before it passes on. Otherwise, you're dead. Um, and there's also mechanisms for immortality. So, like, if you have like a set of invested properties that like make it so that when you die, when you hit the state of death, that your soul is automatically dealt with in a sustainable fashion. There are people like that, and they're effectively immortal. There are ways to kill them. It's just harder, a lot harder in a lot of cases. Um, like for instance, if you take like the investiture of somebody who is immortal and you create anti-investiture out of it, that can kill them. And I'm pretty sure that's just an end of story that can kill them. But anyways, in the world of Warbreaker, they have breaths. Everyone's given one, and they can donate it away. And when you have enough breaths, say you have 20, you can now issue commands to inanimate objects. So, for instance, like for your pants, for instance, you could say something along the lines of, upon my call, extend as my legs, right? Something like that. And you have to say it with the right intent. But then when you do that, your breaths leave you and go into your pants. And then when you do the call, then they'll extend. And so you can use it to basically give yourself a big jump. An easier one would be like using a cloth wrapped around your arms and say, upon my call, grab things. And then you say, grab things. And then it will grab things, right? And it's very specific to what you say, and you have to be very careful with it. The lot of breath, however, you can invest things that aren't cloth. Cloth is like the easiest. The closer to organic it is, the easier it is to invest with breaths. But with like 1,000 or 10,000 breaths, I think it is, you can invest metal, and that has some really cool properties that I'm not going to get into. But effectively, what they end up with is a system of like people giving breaths to a returned who feeds on the breaths. So they sustain themselves not off of food or water, but on the investiture itself that comes from breaths. Which I think is really cool. Another world of Sandersons, and all of this, by the way, fits within the same class of magic system. It's all under investiture, right? Mistborn, Stormlight, Warbreaker, it all functions off of the same set of core rules, which I think is so cool, right? Which is why it's like when I watch like a Marvel movie, I'm like, bro, none of this makes sense. You just have to be like, this guy can do this because he can, and when he inevitably can do more than that, like, yeah, no. I just have to like disconnect myself from a Marvel movie, typically, right? Because they're out there and they don't really explain how things work, just that they work. And I don't know if you can tell based off of how I talk about things and how I do, Redstone a lot. I like things to be logical, orderly, that makes sense. You know, I like a step-by-step process, a play-by-play, you might say. And things that don't make sense, I don't like as much. And why should I? I hope y'all are enjoying this AFK session. It's not even AFK. I mean, I'm at my keyboard. But you know, I'm also of the type I'm the type of person who personally would probably watch something like this. Now, it being myself, I probably wouldn't, but you know, if a YouTuber that I liked was playing Minecraft and they were streaming, I would watch them do this, you know. I'm not afraid of monotony. I'm okay with having my brain be idle. Like, once upon a time, I couldn't. You know, I couldn't sit with my own thoughts. Because they would attack me all the time. But nowadays, it's like I've realized that if I don't sit with my own thoughts, if I'm constantly distracting myself, that's what makes it so that my thoughts are constantly attacking me. And so now it's like if I don't give myself time to think and to just be with my own thoughts, that's where the problem arises in the first place. And so here I am, mining obsidian and not really worried about it. I don't have music playing in my own earbuds, and neither, well, I mean, anybody who ever watches this, if anyone ever does, will probably have music on. But maybe you don't. Maybe you're like me and you're just listening to the sound of a pickaxe going. It's not to say that I never do anything while doing stuff like this. Like, if I weren't streaming and, you know, just chatting away with myself, then, you know, I might be doing something else. It crossed my mind that I should end the stream and maybe pull out the guitar. I didn't. It's something that I could have done, though. But it's also to say, like, this is the game. Take it or leave it, right? Like, if you don't like it, why do you play Minecraft? Now I understand this is one of the more boring tasks in Minecraft as well. But it's not like it's the only monotonous task in Minecraft. What I need to do is I need to learn to edit videos. But the question is, do I want views? Do I care about views? You know? Because that would be the only reason to edit. Is to turn something like this into something more presentable. Now, this is partially why I'm streaming it, because I can go to my streams and just take from here and then edit it. Right? All I have to do is download the stream and whatnot. It's not taking up space on my computer. I don't have to worry about taking clips or anything. Um, and then I can do some kind of post commentary as well over top of it. But I'm not an editor, man. Like, that's just something about listening to my own voice constantly. Um, just, I don't know. As it stands, I don't really make it my streams video presentable, you know, like I'm just being myself, right? Ultimately, I'm being myself. If I'm doing it for a video, I'm putting on a mask. And I don't want to do that. That's another thing too, is gaming with God too. Life is just better when you're in communication with God. I don't know what to say. And it's like when I sin and I am further from God, it hurts. It's like, it's not shame. It used to be shame because I used to beat myself up over it. Now it's just, it's sadness because I've hurt God and I've walked further away from God. His voice is harder to hear. It's lonelier. Like when you're not in sin, when you're right with God, life is so much better. Just period. Dude. Okay, I'm almost done. I think I can do it. I've got one, two, three, four, five. I've got like 6 more runs of this. Wait. Yeah. I'm actually going to do a timer for this one. Bruh. It's 2 seconds per obby from. Okay, so about 200, 600 seconds, which should be about 10 minutes. Let's see how good my guesstimate is. I'm getting about a second every 3 obby on top of that, so 7 seconds for 3 at 100. So I'm looking at maybe 700, so 11 minutes, 11 and a half minutes is my updated guesstimate. But surely not more than 12. Now I might hit 12 because I spent a few seconds, like 10, 12, 10, 20 seconds getting ready and starting. But surely I won't hit more than 12 and a half minutes. think it's going to be 12 or 13 minutes. Okay, pretty much 12 minutes, I think, to do that. Then by the time I reset, and now it'll be right there. Okay, this one's a little bit bunk, but we'll say 13 minutes per loop for the reset time. Oh, I think I'm gonna keep mining, maybe. I might not, but I'm gonna do more mining before I start the stream again. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna do more mining before I start the stream again. But I still have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then like 4 and then maybe a little bit more. Which is gonna be 1 more hour of mining, which I'm not doing tonight. I'm gonna go to bed. And then I might do another pillar too tomorrow, to be honest, depending on how I'm feeling. So I might not be on tomorrow if all I do is netherite or obsidian mining. We'll have to see. I do need to go here. What I'll do before I get off. What I'll do before I get off is I'll go collect all the stuff that I left. So let's grab the elytra. Grab myself some shulker shells, because I'll need them once I get there. That down. Because that's where all the wood is stored too. Let's go in. I'm just outside the world border. Yo, that's huge. Oh wait, but you can't get into the end. Okay, that's kind of huge though for where I am right now. I don't think speed map. Like there isn't an end city. Let's go 0, 0. Yeah, the closest end city to 0, 0 is at 1000 negative 888, which means we need to have at least 2000 before I can make a shulker farm. Which shouldn't be too rough. Let's just go inside here. And grab this. Oh, you know what? That's not what I want. What I want is one of those. Get a couple. Might as well. I'll also want to get some end stone, and I'll want to put this stuff in chests. So let's quickly, where I'm needing shelters. So let's see here. I'm going to take a shulker back of food. Let's make some shulkers here. Shulker food. And in the ender chest, and then let's just make a... Do I have dyes on me? I hope I do. Anything that can become a dye? I don't think kelp can become a dye. Do I even have bones on me, dude? I don't. Okay, well. Let's do something like that. Name this one gear, because that's what it'll become. Throw that one there. Junk, junk. Fireworks. Fireworks. V3s. I can go there. Junk. 1. We'll go here. This will be called food. Junk 2. it without the space more, to be honest. Okay. And I never put these in. Okay, so gear. Put that in there. Grab you, name you. Valuables. Then in here I can put this bundle. I almost feel like I should have a bundles shulker. For now, that's fine. And I think I'm just going to throw all my bundles in here for now. Eventually, that's going to have, like, the bundles will be shulker specific. Okay. Let's get more shulkers. I want to leave some fireworks here, but not all of them. Wood. Let's leave a row of wood here. Put that in the wood for now. Leave those. No, I should really just take it all, I think. In the future, people can set up their own depots. Or just carry it with them, actually. This ultimately wasn't worth that much. Junk 3. This will be my wood shulker. Wood. Gonna go on my gear shulker. Words in the valuables shulker. Stone. Fireworks V2. Fireworks V1. Valuables, gear. Oops. Hit F11. Junk. 4? Gear. Junk. 5. 6. 7. 8. Shulker shells. Probably go in the valuables shulker. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I have to fly all the way back, don't I? I also want some end stone. Redstone. Gear. Problem is that I don't have enough. Like I really need to get my mods because like right now I'm using the hotbar key to swap, but I can save an inventory slot with a mod. Let's get this. Make some more hoppers. More hoppers. Yes. Make a couple of extra crafting tables. And I also feel like this is the point where I'm going to want to have a bundle on me at all times. Filled with stuff that I just generally use, like crafting tables. And we'll see what I put in there. But just stuff and things, really. Like, I'll probably want a Well of Sacrifice in there. I'll probably want my arrows in there. But also, hold on. I still probably want arrows in there. I'm gonna say I want an anvil in there, at least one. And that should be good for now. Chests can go in there. I'm gonna say a couple pearls. If I put too many in, that's gonna take up too much space. But if I say 2, maybe? I don't know if I want pearls in there. Stonecutter can go in there. Like, it's basically gonna be this bundle. Just general useful stuff. And then, can I, like, put that... So, like, that black bundle is my bundle of bundles. I can store that in there, too. Then I can do something like that. You know what? I can regenerate my my stuff and get some ender pearls in one go. I want to use auxiliary, or not auxiliary, my other one. That's not what I was hoping for. My other one's back at base, but this will do. I need something that won't burn the Enderman. You know, I could build an Enderman farm. Could hypothetically do that. I have the materials all on me. I'm going to continue this tomorrow. You there. Who said you're allowed to live? Not me. I didn't say that. It's like, this looks pretty good. And can I use a stone cutter on it? Oh, yes, I can. You can build walls out of this stuff? Don't mind that. Don't mind that at all. Okay, that's it. I'm going to bed. Good night, all. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. God bless. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.